Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? Well, it means we do everything from, uh, you know, unboxing printers like the X1C Carbons here by Bamboo Labs to building a lot of the machines that you see around here, taking part in prototyping, which is basically what this stream is about. Today we're going to be talking about the box turtle from ArmoredTurtle. You saw him out at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Festival. You would know he is the designer of the 8-track, which is kind of cassette style um, uh, filament changing system for any Klipper printer, basically. And this is a follow-on offshoot of this. In fact, they're trying to get this out by 3D Earthtopia, and then start working back on extract a little bit. So welcome on in, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well today. See who all may be sneaking around in the back there. I see Two Wolf Design, Ash Prince, Liberdade, Rodney Mack, Lab Stations, and Windframe. Welcome on in, everybody. Hey, Reverend 84, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Glad to have you here. So yeah, we're going to be talking about the box turtle today. Yeah, thanks. This is very new. Like one of the guys in the beta said, I can make dessert or shirts, and I was like, bought. I also have a few of the stickers, which are same thing, or same type of or same design, but there's the stickers. Whoops. And I'll have some of these at 3D Printopia as well. Whoops. So yeah. Great bunch of guys that are involved in this. Some familiar faces that we see both in this stream and in others. I got asked if I wanted to participate in the closed beta, and I am actually, we'll say, an honored guest. They had already picked 10 people to be in the beta, and they were only opening it up to 10, and my name was thrown in there. And so thank you to Thunder Keys for getting me involved in this. This is a great thing. And little tidbit fact, ArmoredTurtle, Rob, was actually right next to me at the, had the table right next to us at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Festival. So we had Edge of 3D on one side, and then we had Rob, and I have no idea who the other guy was, there with the 8-track and a pretty big Delta. So yeah, we got to look at this all that weekend, and or not this, but the 8-track, and it's pretty great. So what is the box turtle? I've showed one off. I will tell you this, after having some very, very frustrating stuff last night, I don't know why, but I would install the software and it created the right directory name, but then it shortened it when it did the symlinks for Klipper for whatever reason. And after about 15 tries of uninstalling, reinstalling, it did it right. So don't know. I don't know if it was a Klipper issue, because this is the Trident 350 that I put it on, which is running a CB1 module. So it's got a CB1 versus a standard Raspberry Pi image, and it also had all the happy hair stuff. So I was this close to starting to do a complete re-image of that printer at like 1 a.m. this morning. I was like, nope, that's it. I made one more try at it, and it loaded up right, and I'm like, I'm done for the night. But that's beta stuff. The software is definitely not um, also it's not as full featured as Happy Hair, right? It's just got basic functionality right now. They are working on, adding dedicated Clipper screen menus and all of this other stuff. But right now, we're just trying to make it work and get it working reliably with the basics. Um, but we were saying, what is the box turtle? And I would bring the one up that I have built, but it's physically attached to the printer downstairs. Um, this is the next best thing. This is box turtle. This is basically a 4-lane AMS. My understanding is they are looking at a buffer system which will allow you to daisy chain these, or excuse me, a hub system that will allow you to daisy chain these. And they're going to have their own buffer called, what were they talking? Turtleneck. So similar to the buffer that you have on the back of a P1S or X1C or P1P, it's the same thing like that. It's a little different than Tradrack's, or excuse me, NX Engineering's belay buffer system for their Tradrack. But it's going to have more features in it as well, right? And I've got um, two of those on order. Yeah, two of those on order, and I also have a couple of um, the prototype boards on order. So right now we've got, I'll say, 3 board options: the Big Tree Tech MMB version 1, Big Tree Tech MMB version 1.1, and then their custom board called the AFC Lite. AFC just stands for Automated Filament Changer. Yeah. So how's it going, Ash Prince and Reverend and Wind Farm? How's it going? Hopefully, y'all are doing well today. So, once again, this is um, the plan for today is starting to work on this. I will tell you, I built my first one based on the way parts came in from um, AliExpress, right? We'll talk about some of those parts as we go through here. Um, there's extruder gears, there's extruder motors, there's some N20 uh, um, little these little guys. Oi. Um, so we're talking about no, not do that. Do overhead. So we're going to be talking about these little guys, right? And these are what we're going to be using for the spool rewinder. Okay. And I'll kind of walk you through kind of a little bit of this. I mean, basically, we're talking something that looks and acts like an AMS, just open source. Okay. So in this design here, you've got in the back, these rollers here, which are currently being redesigned. So to minimize the number of parts and stuff. But these are your freewheeling, right? Then up here in the front, these front wheels are what we refer to as the e-spooler or re-spooler. Okay. They will, the spool is loaded by the extruder motors, and the when it needs to retract is when the N20 motors will kick in and retract. So, and what do I mean by extruder motor? So if we look at the bottom here, rid of this bottom panel. So what you have is you'll have your MMB or other controller card here on the left, and each lane will have one of those e-spooler motors and then an extruder. So you'll have a tightly constrained filament path from here to here, then from here to here. You will have a total of 9 end stops in this in the box turtle, right? So each lane is going to have an entry end stop on that front e-spooler wheel. You'll have an e-stop back here at the back side just past the extruder gears. And then you'll have one here at the hub. This is just going to be able to let you know where the filament is detected at so that you can uh, do future troubleshooting, right? Where is it loaded? Where is it hung? Where is it broken at? And then, of course, you can do standard tip forming, but you're going to need some type of uh, tool head sensor, and you want a tool head sensor before the extruder. Okay, that's at a minimum. I'm the reason I put Box Turtle down on the Trident 350 is that's the one that had ERCFA on it and the Filometrics tool head. So I've actually got all the parts here to redo the tool head for Iron Dragon, and as soon as my uh, Polymaker filament gets in today, I'm gonna pull out the purple filament the purple ASA to match Fey Dragon here, and I will reprint the tool head parts for that one so that I can go through and redo both of those tool heads. Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going? Welcome on in. Rating with a party of 10. Cool deal. Let me see, I'm not sure who all you have, so let me just flip over to this view real fast and say, welcome on into the Dragon Den, everybody. My name's Digital Dragon. Today we are going to be working on a box turtle build. And when I say working on, I mean, we're going to do a lot of the menial prep work. What does that mean? We're going to go through and do quite a lot of heat set insert install, and then we may even get into some soldering. On this design here, oh, well, by the way, let me finish. Just because of Free Heathen, I know he'll get on me if I don't do this. Welcome on in, Bexy Beans. Much love to you. Much love to you too, for bringing your tribe in with you. So I am a 3D printing variety streamer. What does that mean? Well, it means we do everything from unboxings and using things that are straight up commercial products like our Bamboo Labs X1C over here, to doing all kinds of 3D printer builds like the Annex Engineering K3, the Zero G Mercury 1, some borons over here, a black box 5-head tool changer. Right here, what looks like a shelf is not a shelf. This is a Rat Rig 4 300 sitting here on the floor. The other thing I'm waiting on to get in today from DHL is the scan for this. But I also do a bunch of prototyping. So you can't see it because it's hidden down over here, but I took part in the TradRack closed beta. I took part in the Fadus Next G hot end um, closed beta. I built this Zero G under a closed beta. This is a full up, frame from the ground up, where the Zero G is basically a Ender 5 modification. This is a full up new frame build built with Misumi frames, so it's very nice, very rigid, very sturdy. I've taken this to shows for a couple of years now, and pick it up, I transport it wherever, I set it down, turn it on, hit print, and it starts printing. So I was brought into the Box Turtle closed beta. We're hoping to have several of these at the show at 3D Printopia. My first one, I was saying I had some software teething pains. It was more of, I don't know, it just some weird install behavior on getting uh, the sim links for the directories didn't go right. And after about 15 uninstall reinstalls, it did it right. I don't think it's the software install script. I think it's something potentially in that Klipper install because it had Happy Hair and a bunch of other stuff on it for the Rage Rabbit character. Long story short, hopefully we don't have that type of problem on this build. When I say this build, what I'm referring to is parts for the Box Turtle. This is some of the stuff that we're going to be working on tonight. We're going to go through and we're going to do a lot of prep work on installing um, heat set inserts through various parts that you see here. These are our extruder assemblies, so I'm hoping that we can get these built tonight. They're pretty simple. There's 4 of these, and this is going to be, you've got your extruder gears and an end stop sensor and a 5mm bearing. So pretty simple, but it's a good way of saying of getting your filament in and moved around. So pretty pretty easy, pretty simple on these. And I we want to do this and we want to get these lanes started so that we can estimate the length of our wires. We are going to be wiring up our end stops. We are going to be wiring up what we have end stops. We have lights to work on. Like I said, there's 9 end stops just in the turtle box itself. And then, yeah, from there, we'll start trying to assemble some things and get some components ready to actually start assembling the turtle box. And after building one of these off stream and then getting to go ahead to build one on stream, I'm feeling confident. Like I said, I'm going to show you some of the CAD. We're still in closed beta. I know for a fact some of the things that are in this CAD right now are being changed right now. We're actively talking about making some changes to it. Just something to be aware of. Much love to you too, Bexy Beans, and take care and get some rest. That's on my to-do list today as well as getting some rest. And also, for those of you that may be aware, we're getting ready to start September. And if I read the notice right, I believe it actually starts today. And they say at 10 p.m. I don't know if that means PM, PMT, 10 p.m. East Coast, 10 p.m. West Coast. I don't know. But for the month of September, while we're here and at the show, if we get a level 5 hype train, right? Or if we get a level 5 hype train or a gift of 10 or more subs, I'm gonna have a spoonful of some peppers salsa. So this is their new pepper salsa here. Let me actually switch the camera. This is one of their 2 new salsas. This is their peppers. This is the spicy habanero salsa. Okay. And yeah, I got some of this when they sent out some test batch. And it says hot and it means it. Where are we at here? A delicious combination of fresh tomatoes, red onions, lime juice, and cilantro have been combined with the legendary habanero pepper to make you sweat. It has habaneros, and I want to say tomatoes, chili peppers, jalapenos, and habaneros, red onion, lime juice, salt, and cilantro. So pretty good. So like I said, any gift subs of 10 or more, or any hype train of level 5 or more, um, within the month of September, and I'm starting it now because, I mean, might as well. It's 29th. Um, I will be doing uh, spoonfuls. I even have a spoon here tonight in case something miraculous happens tonight. Okay, so with that, like I said, we're going to get started here, and we're simply going to go through and like I said, start doing some of the basic work, going through and putting heat sets in the various places we have to put heat sets. I will be breaking off supports. I will tell you this, every single part on here, there was one part that didn't, and they realized it and they fixed it. But every single part in the CAD files actually has print in place supports. So the supports are already there. And if your printer's tuned right, they literally pop off just like that one did. So that's really cool. A lot of them popped off just when I was taking them off the bed. So I'll have to find that later so I don't step on it. That will hurt. Yeah, with that said, we're just going to sit here and chat for a while. Hey, Da Vinci, welcome in. Hey, Thunder Keys, how is it going? What do you think? Huh? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I'll toss it over here and say, Thunder Keys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Thunder Keys got me into this. Yeah, ad break, boo. Ad break, boo. Hey, Mr. Wizix, how's it going? Thank you. So we are working on the box turtle. That is why I'm wearing this shirt. This is I'm not sure if it's an official or just still unofficial, but you're going to see some people with these shirts and stickers out at 3D Printopia. So, and by the way, tonight we are drinking Black Rifle Coffee Company. So, do you support these guys? A lot. I have a monthly subscription to these guys. It is a veteran-owned company. You can get their products in various stores. I know they're at, I believe they're at Cabela's. They're at Denim Sports out here local, and they've actually got a couple of physical locations now. I want to say they're either Texas or Tennessee. One of the states that starts with a T. Tennessee. Um, but yeah, so now that that's over, I want to say thank you, Thunder Keys, very much. So Thunder Keys had Rob ping me and really threw my name out there to get into this closed beta, which is really cool. As you know, we've been doing a lot. We've got the Prusa Mark IV down here with an MMU. We've got our X1C carbons with AMSs. We've got our 5-head tool changer over here. We built the IRCFA V2. Never did get it fully tuned in. And it may lose its brain for this build right here. Either that or I'll order a new Big Tree Tech board. However, so what we're going to do is we're going to get started. So what I did, Thunder Keys, was just kind of give everybody a quick overview here. That's not. I'm here. Stop. Stop. Thank you. Sometimes. Fusion. So once again, this is the box turtle. It is 8 extrusions. So you have an extrusion at the top, extrusion at the bottom, and extrusions on the side. There are currently two options. One is to use extrusions in the corner here, in which case you're going to use blind joints on those verticals, or you can use these printed parts. I use the printed parts. Like I said, there is active development going on here. We are currently tweaking some of these things. In fact, I've got two sets of these front wheels printed out because new ones came out, right? But this is what we're going to be building. Each one of the, what we call a e-spooler or re-spooler, these front areas here will have a small N20 motor, and the back idlers here, which are currently being redesigned, will be the freewheeling ones. They're just there to keep things moving, right? And they're adjustable so that you can use them with different size spools. That's why you see some adjustment teeth here. And then each lane comes down through this respooler gear and into an extruder that is underneath the bottom. And then there's two options. Whoops. Really? That one. There's two options back here. It's a little bit hard to see, but you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4 ecas fittings. So you can route each lane 4 separate. Think, I don't know, if you had a 4-into-1 adapter at your tool head, like, I don't know, an A1 or an A1 Mini, right? Or you have the 4-into-1 hub piece, which is what I have printed out. So all 4 of these will exit here via one PTFE tube going into your printer. And like I said, you will need a tool head with a tool head sensor. And that sensor needs to be before the extruder gear. Okay. So you don't have to have the cutter. You don't have to have multiple sensors and the cutter and all that. You just need a tool head sensor before the gears. As it stands right now, they are trying to implement full support for the filometrics, which could give you no sensors, a sensor above the gear, a sensor above the gear and below the gear, and the filament cutter. So that's what we're going to be doing as we modify both Iron Dragon and then Fey Dragon. Use one of these. I'm going to be building a few of these here. So that's what we're going to be working on. Come back over here to the overhead view. We got the bench view here, the overhead view here, and we're just going to go through. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting in heat set inserts on all 4 trays, and then putting these pieces in here, and I'll show you why once we start building everything, which will most likely be Saturday. Right now, we're just going to go through and get some things set up. Hey, Pez Liz, how are you? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hey, Liz, check this out. How about that shirt? This is the box turtle. That's what we're going to be building. You're just what, Thunder Keys? And by the way, I mentioned this earlier. So for those of you that know, oh crap, that's not going to work. We have to take this out of the holder to do these. Yeah, let's not melt the. So for those of you that stream and know, we are getting into September, right? And so with September, subs are going to be, I think, 1 month and, or wait, 1 sub and 5 subs are 25% off. No, wait. 1 month sub and 3 month subs are 25% off. 6 month subs are 30% off. So this is an annual event for Twitch called September because we have subscriptions and stuff. So I'll have to get that one here in a second, maybe now. What that was. Whatever it is, it's going to stay there. So these are just a little bit too long, so we're going to have to freehand these. And these ones, like I said, are going to be used just to install the other parts there. And the lanes themselves are basically going to be hanging on these printed parts that we'll add between the extrusions. That's kind of what we're doing here. It just makes it print easier and quicker. But as I was saying, is because we're going into September, and I want to say those pricings are supposed to start sometime today. Hey, Timor, how's it going? Jealous of the shirt? Hey, as soon as they popped up there, I grabbed them, and I've got 25 of the stickers sitting over here as well. So I'll be doing stickers at 3D Printopia for a few people. I may get some more ahead of the show. But thank you, Thunder Keys, for the assist last night. I was about ready to throw some things around with that software, and I can't believe that just going in and doing an uninstall and reinstall for like the 10th or 15th time worked, because nothing changed. I could tell that nothing changed, like on the back end. But with it being September, so for the entire time of September, and like I said, if I remember reading the notice right, it starts today. So if we get a level 5 hype train or a gift sub of 10 or more, I will basically be doing spoonfuls of the Tex Peppers spicy habanero salsa. The stuff is good, and when they say it's on the hot scale, it's hot scale. So ingredients include tomatoes, chili peppers, of which it's jalapeno and habanero, red onion, lime juice, salt, and cilantro. And I got some of this when it was when they did the test batch, and it was awesome. But I made the mistake of I made the mistake of just grabbing a spoonful and trying a spoonful without reading anything. To say I just wasn't prepared, but my sinuses cleared up. Yeah, it's good. Hey, Polymorph, welcome in. I got, and when they came out with them officially, I got both of them. That one and the other one's the Pueblo Chili, and it's good stuff. It is good stuff. Yeah, he's going to have them down at the Western E booth. I wanted to try and get some and have them up at my booth as well because I'll be up on the top deck. So I've seen the map, but it's not official yet, so we can't like show it off and all that goodness. But God, I'm gonna have to buy a bunch more of these from KB3D. Either that or just go through and start recovering them. I can't tell you how many printed parts are sitting over here on this table. But that's one of the things I need to do this weekend is take everything on this table behind me, or to the side over here and get everything above the table, under the table, and the table out of here, because I've got the table should be arriving any minute now for the rat rig. Then the rat rig will go over on that. And not be the big, sitting right in the middle of the floor and be the tripping hazard that. All right, so there's 3. Hey, Miss Lee Marie, how are you doing? Hope you are doing well. It was so nice to see you the other night on stream. I very rarely get to catch your streams because we're streaming at the same time. So we are working on a build here called ArmoredTurtle. Thanks to Thunder Keys, I am in the closed beta for this. And they said that we were allowed to stream the build. We just cannot distribute the software or anything like that. So, pretty cool. Yeah, it's very fresh. That is true. Yeah, the habanero will sneak up. I'll tell you what, my one of my neighbors, one of her brother-in-law, I think, works at one of the local college like nursery horticulture things. And a couple years back, they had extra plants. They didn't have the space to plant. So she came home, or they brought over like 2 carloads of stuff. And we probably had, like, after what she planted, I think we wound up, and it was great because it was right after I had my shoulder surgery. So when I say we, it was Mrs. Dragon was back out of town. My mother was out here with me, and I was basically going around and pointing and saying, it goes here. And she was actually doing the planting. But we probably got like 30 tomato plants at that time. And we had cayenne peppers, poblano peppers, and she had gotten some Carolina Reapers. And I was like, no, thank you. They're not coming in my yard. You can keep them. And I did get some later on, and oh my God, she was like, I will never, ever, ever plant those again. Did you want to talk about stuff sneaking up on you? Get a Carolina Reaper. Okay. This next piece here, we've got 2 different, 2 different directions. Okay. So these are side pieces for that spooler motor. And we're going to need 2 heat sets on this side and 3 in on this side for all 4, 4 each. So we'll go ahead and get those started. And put those there. And I'm going to sit down. Yeah, this is a nice project. The software is public on the ArmoredTurtle. Oh, it is public on the ArmoredTurtle? Okay. I didn't realize it was that part was public. The box turtle itself is not public, but it looks like the software that it leverages, which is the AFC, the ASC. ASC stands for Automated Filament Changer. Yeah, and there's some slight blemishes on here. We found out that like right here at this bottom where it does this initial, because it prints like this, you can almost see through that area right there down at the corner. Not functional, doesn't hurt anything. And if you turn on like thin wall detect, it'll catch that. So on these ones, we need 3 of these. One there. Seriously? And I tell you what, I am glad that they have moved a little bit further down. So there's a crew that is laying. I think right now they're doing the outer like ground tubing that they will then pull the cable through. But they're laying fiber in my neighborhood. So right now, what's happening is they are, like I said, digging all the holes and dropping the initial, like thicker corrugated, like pipe sleeving that they'll then run the actual fiber cables through, and they're doing it with a hydraulic ram. So they're digging holes about every 40 or 50 feet through the yards, and then they're using a hydraulic ram to bore the hole to run the tube through. And this morning, their hydraulic thing was sitting right outside this window. So I sat there all morning long listening to it going doo, 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 doo. Almost sounded like I had an Apache helicopter trying to take off right outside. It was rather annoying. All right, so there's one. Like I said, we've got 4 of one side, 4 of the other, so I'll get all these put in, and then we'll go on to prepping the next set of parts. And we'll probably do some soldering tonight. Like I said, I'll show you how I'm going to kind of lay some things out so that we can get good estimates of the wire lengths that we need, so that we can have a little bit of extra, but not a ton of extra. And was it you, Thunder Keys, or somebody else that was trying to do a spreadsheet with links? Yeah, they're doing it's the flexible conduit. But I tell you what, the guys, they've got a crew out there, and most of them have been wearing sweatshirt hoodies. It's 90 something degrees outside. They're wearing the like fluorescent sweatshirt hoodies, and they're out there digging by hand. Hey, Pete, welcome on in. But I know the fluorescent is the safety stuff, you know, but they're out there digging by hand, and they're digging these holes like 4 foot deep. It's insane. Like I said, the print-on supports here will normally just snap off. These are a little bit harder, but once I grab a pair of pliers, it's literally going to pop off. So Those come off pretty easily. How's it going, Pete? Hope you're doing well. We are working on the box turtle. So this is an MMU. Well, think of it more of like an open source AMS, more than an MMU. It is an MMU. An AMS is an, but you get where I'm going there. It looks very much like the AMS. I'll throw up the CAD here again in a minute. But the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder is been bypassed at the moment, because that's the machine I'm using to test my first build out. And then eventually what'll happen is I'll get back to the ERCFA, but I'm gonna have to, it'll stay on one of the machines. But I'm gonna have to like reinstall the Happy Hair software because I was having some software issues last night. And my assumption was it could have been conflicts between the Happy Hair stuff and the AFC stuff. So I just removed the Happy Hair stuff for the time being. And I'm saying that because I believe it was you that provided the links for some videos for the tuning of it. If I remember right in the Discord. Either you or Mr. Wizix. And Lee Marie, you guys, both of you are going to be at 3D Printopia, right? Actually, who all here is going to 3D Printopia? I know Liz is. So when you're doing heat set inserts, just be cognizant, be aware. So some of these, you'll see I get it about 96% of the way in, and then I will push it the rest of the way on against the edge of my counter here and run it back and forth, and that's going to kind of burnish that end of any of the material that pushed up. But I also come down and go this way because there's a very thin wall there. And a lot of times as you're pushing this down in there, this wall will start to bend out. It's not a big deal on these particular parts, but if you're going to mate something up directly to the bottom of this, then you would need to be careful of that and just make sure that while the material is still warm, that you then run this flat because that will make it flat again. So just something to be aware of as you're doing heat sets. And like I said, all of these parts have built-in supports in the files themselves. Hey, Macite, how's it going? You're going? Awesome. You wish? Oh, it's a good time. There are, I'll say, more rules at 3D Printopia than some of the other places, but that's the nature of the venue. It's an arena on a school, and because it's on a school property, they're a lot stricter about certain things. And I will tell you one thing: when they say, uh, once again, it's a school. So at Rocky Mountain and at Murph, if you have a print that's almost done, or if you break something like on a Death Racer and you need to reprint it, you can reprint it. And you can run that print overnight if you need to. And hope and pray that it finishes for the morning. At 3D Printopia, they say we power down at 5. And they mean they shut the power off at 5. So either you have all of your machines properly powered down, or hope and pray that they don't corrupt your SD card when they kill the power on everything. So, but there is a tentative floor plan out right now, and then they do have some rules that are out, and I will put those out there. The big one right now, which is if you have a fun foam flinger, aka a Nerf gun, that's fine. You can bring it. They highly suggest that you don't bring any ammo for it, but you're not tempted, because if you fire one of them anywhere on the event grounds, not just in there, but outside when they're doing what have you, um, not just you, but your entire group will be asked to leave, and you won't be allowed back in until teardown. So yeah, I probably will not bring my Talon Claw just because of that, because there's no sense in bringing it if I can't have fun with it while I'm out there. But it is 3D printed. It uses a single MGN 12 rail, and mine right now has some play to it because I have broken the underlying length supports here. What I'm thinking about doing is molding these two parts together rather than them being separate parts, and reprinting it so this whole base is monolithic. Because I've got splits at the bottom, and that's why I'm having to be a little careful here. Now, I built this. I was one of the first ones to build this by Iconic Fab, and I self-sourced the parts because I'm impatient and I can't wait. And then, like 2 days after I built it, KB3D had kits for it. But yeah, it's a great device. It's a great tool. There's 3 or 4 different designs out there. But yeah, it's really useful for doing heat sets, especially when you're doing it like this, where it's like constant, repetitive. The next thing we're going to do are these little things. And quite honestly, uh, Thunder Keys, tell me if I'm wrong. These are just like pretty covers, right? I mean, I don't see any functional reason for it other than to cover up the motors and make it look pretty. So there is a heat set that goes in the bottom here. And once again, since this is not a, a good straight surface, it is made to flex a little bit. We're going to do this by hand, push up into it. Pretty much just cosmetic. Oh yeah, that is true. It does squeeze down on the motor. So this will sit right on top of the motor and hold it in place, and then you'll have a rod that goes through the middle of it. That is right. You're correct. So I guess semi-cosmetic. I mean, you can literally get rid of the top hoop here and just have and model this in. But yeah. And there are little print in place supports on these as well on one side. So you'll right down here, you'll see this has a step. Go this way. You have a step on one side and it's flush on the other. This is a print in place support that just snaps off. So, like I said, every part in here that needs a support has got print in place supports, and the the print orientation is already correct. So when you load these files, they're bang on ready to go. You just put however many you want on a plate and hit print. And the colors that I'm using here, this is Polymaker Galaxy Orange and Polymaker Galaxy Red. I do have Galaxy Purple over there. I've got Metallic Blue. And I should have Metallic Green showing up today as well. Gotta love the Polymaker. Okay, and so this is the other piece. And once again, there'll be several places for heat set inserts on here. There will be a spot for a magnet and some ecas fittings. And then this piece right here is a print in place support. So once again, just grab a pair of pliers and give it a little twist. And it pops right off. And basically what's going to happen is a screw is going to go in through here and screw into that heat set that we just put there. Your little N20 motor is going to go through here, drive a gear to a bigger gear, and your 8mm shaft is going to go through the middle here. And then these parts go on either side. And so that's basically what you're starting to see us get ready to be able to put together. Right? That's why we're just trying to get all the pieces done so that when we come in Saturday, we can just start hammering stuff out. And I'm glad to see that we got some cable management zip ties here. That'll be nice. Once again, I get it close, and then because there's some irregular bumps and surfaces locating keys, um, kind of hard to get a flat surface there. So that's why I'm holding it by hand right now, and then using the backside of my tweezers as a flat to ensure that that's straight up and down and flat in there. By the way, that's kind of hot, so don't stick your finger right on the other side of it. How's it going, Jose? Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, part cosmetic, part function. Like literally, you could take this hoop off and it still does the function. And then this hoop part right here just kind of closes the gap and makes it look pretty. Um, so there's one on each side and then one down at the bottom. Once again, there will be, they use a lot of ecas fittings here. There will be an ecas fitting down here. And then there will be one on a lever that goes to the top of this. I'm going to use a couple of these black ones in places where they won't be seen. I'm doing pretty good. I've been in a weird mood. Um, we've got the family stuff going on. Um, and family stuff being, some medical stuff and things like that with family members. And then um, stuff going on with work as well. Just a lot of stuff going on at work, and my company has announced another big uh, layoff is coming, so everybody's on pins and needles because of it. So just weird time in life. Hey, Tech Jeeper, how's it going? Oh man, I forgot to talk to Apollo. Let him know that I'm going to be doing a micro center run tomorrow. Yeah, I work for Cisco Systems. I do cybersecurity for an internal team at Cisco, and yeah, they're doing some big layoffs there at Cisco. A lot of the tech industry is right now. It's still happening. So it's still happening. It's happening all over. So it just sucks. All right, two down. Yeah, so Evil Diesel hit me up and asked if I needed anything at Micro Center. I was like, well, whether I need anything or not, going to Micro Center is always a fun time. In fact, Lee Marie, didn't you guys just go to Micro Center? I remember seeing a video about you guys going and picking up, it was an A1 Mini combo, wasn't it? Okay. Yeah, so that's we I kept trying to figure out who it was that was bringing fiber, and I kept checking with my provider to see, like, is this your crew, because the crews weren't telling us anything either. And I finally got hold of a crew, the crew that's doing the workout here, and one of the guys told me, he goes, yeah, we're doing this with Spectrum. It's um, some of the federal funding to bring uh, broadband internet to rural communities, because technically I'm considered outside of the city limits and I'm in the county. So it's being done, it's federally funded, or federal funds from the COVID stuff, some of the fallout from that stuff. I'm like, oh, cool. And once again, remember, these heat sets are hot when you put them against a 300C iron. They're hot, and I keep sticking my darn finger on it. Yeah, never say no to a micro center run. Exactly, Tech. There you go for your milestone stream. Yeah, I had fiber at my old house, and then we moved out here, and the only game in town is Windstream, and like I have no cable, nothing. All I have is Windstream. So there's no cable provider out here either. So I'm streaming on a 100 meg service, and it sucks. So soon I will, I mean, as soon as they call me, there's no question I'll be grabbing whatever they got. Not the only question is how quickly will you be out here to install it? Do I need to start trenching my yard for you, you know? Okay. So those four pieces are done. So this is primarily the stuff right here in the orange is primarily that front uh, respooler, e-spooler mechanism. Okay, he's the one going splicing all the new lines. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, that, and the crew that's doing the neighborhood is different than the one that was doing the main road outside, because the crew that did the main road outside, I hope that they never get another contract again, because they took down people's internet left and right. Um, what happened was when they had 811 come out, they marked the main line going down it's one of the main roads, and they were following that main line as they were dropping their fiber, but they were running a ditch witch. So they literally cut a lot of people's feeder lines as they were doing it. I'm in North Carolina. Yeah, so, all right, these suckers. So this centerpiece right here is a print and place support. Oops, there we go. So if I can get the right light on there, you can see there's a line right there. So this is a print and place support all the way across the middle here. And it will come off. I think I used my um, Nipix because these just aren't big enough to grab it from the ends and there's not enough room to get in there. But basically you can grab it with the Nipix, do a little twist and that'll pop off. And these will get 608 bearings that go in here. So we need to put in 4 heat sets in the bottom of each one of these. And once again, because they're close to the side, make sure you um, hit the side of these as well to make sure that it doesn't bulge out. I was thinking about Starlink. In fact, I like called my company and was getting kind of irate with the lady of, I just want to know if it's you or not. And if it is you, what is your timeline? Because I'm having like the other day we were down for 6 hours and it was an internal issue is all they would say. Like, I've got a connection. My line connection's good. You're not serving me an IP address, which means either their DNS or their DHCP was jacked up. And so I was down for like 6 hours right in the middle of the day, and I work from home. So I was like, no, I can't have this. So I started looking at Starlink. Dang, they're pricey. And you deal with delays. I mean, I know Loyal Moses streams as well, but I'm thinking he probably has the business grade, not the not the standard grade service, which has guaranteed uptime and throughput on it. All right. So there's the first one. Gotta do 4 more of these. And like I said, I'll snap these off stream or maybe later on after I grab my Nipix out. Yeah, that's right. You're in Indiana. But he works in Ohio too. Yeah. So I take it. Are you in the? I'll say the tri-state area then? Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, or because Murph is kind of like a home show for you guys, right? Yeah, we've got Google Fiber, we've got Ting, we've got AT&T all going in around here. Like right now, Ting has a big fiber project going in the city of Sanford. And they're who I had in Holly Springs, which was, I don't know, like 30-ish minutes away from where I am now. And I loved their service. They were great. I called on a Saturday evening, and a actual person answered the phone and tried a couple of things, and we realized it was a broken cable, and they had a person out there the next day to repair it. It was a break on the outside, so the actual install that they did on the side of the house broke. The guy redid it, and as he was, service loop in there, right? And as he was sticking it back, I heard him start, son of a. I was like, you broke it again, didn't you? Yeah, so I had to break it, take it back out, and redo the end on it. But from that point on, I never had a problem. I mean, that's the thing with fiber is if you've got power for the transceiver, it's up. I mean, I say that, but I mean, they could still have network routing issues and stuff like that. But I mean, from a connection standpoint, it's either up or it's down. There's none of this. I've had times where I'm connected, but I might as well not be. The line was so dirty, and I was only up on one side of a dual channel setup that they have for me. So he's like, yeah, I'm not even sure how you're getting service at all with as dirty as the connection is. And I'm like, well, it's that's why you're here, is because it sucks. And I'm at 100 meg connection, and I'm lucky to get 20 down, and I was getting single digits up. So it was pretty much like dial up would have been better at that point. But yeah, like I said, this stream, the focus has been primarily on let's get all the heat sets. There's like, what is it, Thunder Keys? Like over 100 heat sets in this. I mean, I think that's about what it sounds like or feels like. So there's plenty of heat sets in here. The You use 8 millimeter by 80 rods or dowels, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's redoing the rear idlers, right? Is to reduce the number of those, because the like I've if you find somebody on Amazon that has them, and I will say double, triple, quadruple check the listing, because I had one that said smooth dowel, and in the title and then in the description it said all thread, and I didn't notice that until it showed up, and it was all threaded 8 millimeter by 80 rod. Um, but the only place that I've been able to see them and find them is at Ollie. So you just have to plan ahead for that. My last two orders through AliExpress actually came pretty quickly. Yeah, but I will tell you that the bulk of the screws that you use on this are what, M3 by 8 socket head. So that's good. There's also a bunch of M2s, but I mean, like I said, we've got 9 end stops here. So end stops are always an M2 something. But yeah, bomb simplification, so it's reduces the total number and sizes of screws is always a good thing to strive for. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't find one on Amazon. And oh my God, if you looked at something like McMaster Car, holy crap, they wanted like $20 for each one. It was insane. And I've got plenty of the was it chrome hardened uh 8 millimeter rods from doing like I2 style printers. So I can cut them. It just sucks. Okay, so on the thin portion of each one of your extruders, there is one heat set right there on the edge of the curve. So we'll put in that one heat set. And then on the other side, we've got 4 heat sets on the corner and one at the top. So 4 heat sets in the corner are what's going to be used to screw these these two parts together. And then the one at the top is for the idler screw down tensioner. So there's a part of me that also feels like there's a way of making these smaller. I don't know how yet, but there's a part of me that's just thinking there's got to be a way to make these like shorter. Which will give us more room for the Bowden tubes. And these almost look like they're recessed, but I don't know. They look like they're recessed, but I don't know why they would be recessed versus, just flushed. Yeah, DLL PDF is going to have frame kits. Um, I had I had purchased some Masumi rails while at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. There was a guy there that was selling Masumi rails he had. They were 500 millimeters long, and he was selling them in bundles of 50. And I went to find him on the last day, and he had a couple on his table, but I couldn't find them to figure out what they wanted and make payment. Well, DB3D Dan, aka MakerMind Nexus, where the hell that one went, had grabbed a pack, and he's like, "Hey, I paid X for it. If you give me X, I'll bring it to you," because we were staying in the same hotel. And so I did. So I brought that back. So I cut 2 frames using my DeWalt sliding miter saw. And yeah, so there we go. So we've got 4 corners. Whoops, where are we going? The 4 corners, one at the top, and then one in this piece here. Whoop, darn it, which way? This piece. All the rest of the screws here are going to be like pass-throughs that hold components in there or the 2 halves together. So we'll do these, and then I think that's everything I have sitting out here to get started. And yeah, Thunder Keys. I had when I did the blue and white one, I did all the, I built the frame, and then I started to do the lanes, and I was like, well, crap, I have to take the frame apart to put the lanes in. And then I had all the extruders on there and all the extruders wired up, and then I went to do the e-spoolers, and they're a snug fit. So I wound up having to work the lanes out. I've now figured out there's definitely a good order of operations. And so one of the reasons we're doing a closed beta right now, folks, is to there's no manual. So we need to vet the manual. We need to vet some of the parts and just make sure that all the parts are correct and that things work, more than the 1 or 2 off that Rob's done himself. So we're looking for repeatability and the fact that you have multiple people building. We get to look at, okay, how tolerant are the prints to minor differences in print quality by the end user, right? Not everybody has a perfectly tuned in print profile, so you got to have I'll say a little bit of built-in slop for printing inconsistency. But you don't want too much tolerance because then it's bad. So okay, so those 4, one at the top here. All right, and there's number 2 down. Third one. Yeah, DLL is selling frame kits. I don't know what their lead time is on them. I will tell you that I've only got 2 more 8mm rods, so the length that we had in the bomb for Ollie, I think, was a 10-pack. You need 8 of them, so I still have 2 from the first round of order I did, and each one of them needed to be sanded. So the dowels are oversized, and of course the 608 bearings normally wind up being way too tight of a fit. So it's sandpaper, a drill, and just go for it. And if you want those very nice precision dowels, yeah, you're going to spend money on them. And I do have an angle grinder, and I have cut 8mm shafts out of the chrome steel linear rod stock. which is a good option as well if you've got the capability of cutting it and you want to use an angle grinder or a like there are dedicated like cutoff saws that you can use to cut stock like steel. I may actually get one to be able to cut some stuff for the Milo to make stock easier to work with. So I can start getting some larger, bulkier stock and then cutting it smaller for projects. But DLL PDF has frames. I have reached out to Chris at KB3D Thunder Keys, and he was like, "Hell yes, he wants to make kits for this." So he said he talked to Rob a little bit at Rocky Mountain, but he hasn't really been able to get hold of him since. Probably because he's been working on the black box stuff. But yeah, KB3D is definitely down for doing kits for this. I'm pretty sure, was it Dan at West 3D would be down for it as well. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of kit options for it as well. Now, all of the parts that I'm doing here, this is an ABS. The other one, the blue and white and black one that I did, is ABS as well. Can't tell you which that ABS is, but the you don't want to do this out of PLA, or I will say at least not parts like this where you're going to have a or this part here where you're going to have a motor up against it, because you'll be dealing with some heat. I don't know how hot it will get in there, but I will tell you there's not a whole heck of a lot of room between the like one of the motors and one of the side skirts and the MMB and one of these extruder parts. So yeah, just ABS, ASA, PET G. If you don't have the ability to do an enclosure and get your ABS ASA that way, do PET G. Okay, that's 4 extruder housings. Got those. Again, these are going to be the idler doors. You've got this piece here that needs to pop out, and the newer prints has this little key on it that you can grab hold of. I'll wedge it out. I actually used a screwdriver and just levered it out. That actually split right. Like I said, depending on your print tuning, your print profiles, this stuff should pop out very nice and easy and leave you with very workable surfaces. And so these are just going to lay right in there like that. And like anything, there is a set you know, hey, this would be primary, this would be an accent, or I knock one off, or you know, there will be some clear parts that need to be done as well. So the nice thing is for the majority of those, they are the standard boron diffusers. I know it's hard to see, but it's the standard boron diffuser. So those are pretty simple. Did I? Huh. Oh, there it is. There are quite a number of parts here, but it's really not that long. I printed all of mine on the bamboo, and it's really not that long to do all of these prints. So I think for right now, I'm done for heat sets. At this point, we're going to put a few things together, and then we may do some soldering this evening. We'll see how I feel at that point because, you know, soldering. Okay. Yeah. And I saw that you or somebody else took my my config file suggestions and uploaded them. So I appreciate that. So the other reason we're going to stop doing heat set inserts is I have like 5. That's why I said I need to order some, and then I need to just start going through. As I kind of mentioned, I've got a plethora of like spare parts. I've got like 2 or 3 dragon burner heads in colors that I'm not going to use right now. So I may just pull the, I'm going to pull the heat sets out of those and get rid of those parts, things like that. I will tell you that for the RGBs, I used black, red, and blue. So the blue will be my signal wire. I did that because, well, I've got black, red, blue, and orange instead of green in 24 gauge FEP wiring. So when we go to do our lights, I've already got all of my wires cut to a nominal size. But we'll be doing those. What I'm going to do though is grab my M3x8 socket heads. Holy crap, I'm going to have to order some of these too. Because like I said, we use a bunch of them. So on these short sides of the frame that have the holes in them, we're going to use the shorter pieces here. And once again, I'll show you what this is basically going to do. It's pretty neat the way that they've designed it out. I'm going to install these. It's not necessarily needed for what I wanted to do, but installing these gets some little parts out of the way. And could these be printed in place? So we didn't have to use as many heat sets and screws? Probably. But with the way this sits, you would have to do some more print in place support, so it's going to increase the printing time. So you'd have to have print in place supports in the front of this and at the entire back. So I don't know. There's a part of me that was like, well, why did we do it that way? And I think it just makes it a lot easier. And there's no need to like crank down on these. The amount of material right here that's between the screw head and the printed part, it's not very thick. So if you crank down on this, you will snap the part. And there's really, like I said, no need. Just snug the screw up and you're good. In fact, you know what? How many of these do I have? Because I know I'm going to need the M3x8s later on. And I don't have a lot here. I'm going to need to order some. I'm going to use M3x6s on this part because I have them. The bomb, of course, will be for M3x8s. And that's just to standardize on the types of screws. Darn it. This black and galaxy orange kind of gets me in the Halloween spirit here. Speaking of Halloween spirit, I hear that somebody has a really, really cool pumpkin out right now. What's his name? Maker Viking has a really cool, scary pumpkin out there right now. I need to go and download and print out. And for whatever reason, the quantities on the number to print, and I know it's been fixed, I believe, but you only need 8 of these small ones, but the quantity listed was 12. Not sure why, but that's been fixed. So I'll have some extra parts here and there. It happens. It happens, Thunder Keys. And you know what? I need to grab these. Give me a second here. Give it. Ah, there we go. I just need to get one of these in the shot. So there's the whoop. There's the right direction. There we go. There's the stickers. And we're coming up with a test print that will be 4 colors. That'll be similar. So that'll be one of the test prints that you can do to test your machine and get some things dialed in. Yeah, one of our folks that's in the beta, once they came up with the design, He made the stickers and made them available. And then was it You Thunder Keys that did the that got the shirt set up? I can't remember who got the shirt set up. Yeah, this is why we test. And I know that there's some people that are coming up with different, that are working on these trays just to make them even easier and faster to print. So this tray has this pattern which adds a lot of rigidity to the bottom, which you need because you've got the, you know, the extruders hanging underneath here and stuff like that. And then the side walls are very thin. We've got our little scoops up there and stuff. But, you know, they just take a little while to print. And with the new design, they're going to go away with this stuff. And I think what I was seeing was just some pre-spaced slots that a roller will sit down into is, if I remember right, what they were looking at the last time I saw it. But yeah, I know Thunder Keys, I think, is reprinted some parts like 4 or 5 times. But hey, I mean, I was one of the first ones to do a Mark I Rook build when it was put on printables. Same thing with the Bugaboo. I know I was going to do an Ender 3 NG, and everybody keeps saying, who's going to do it first, me or Zombie? We'll see. Like I said, there's 4 of these that are extra in case you snap one of these. But I'll just leave that over there in the extra pile for now. So we've got our trays laid out. Let's what? Let's get our extruders kind of laid out and built some. Now we're going to need to put endstops in here, and we're going to need to know about how much length we need for our endstops. And this is another reason why I did the lanes, right? So we're going to set our lanes down here, upside down. This will be the front. This is where our front roller motors are at. These are where our extruders are going to go. And our extruders are going to go in this orientation. So this gap here is towards the front, and this little rectangular cutout is towards the back of your box turtle, and that's where your end stop is going to mount in there with a 5mm bearing. So by doing something like this, just resting it in its location, I just realized I need to do heat sets in here to mount these. I know my MMB is going to be here, right? So I'm going to have an end stop wire that's going to come down like that. So my wire, I know that I'm going to need to come from this end stop. It's going to come out the side here. So we'll give it a little bit of room. I'm going to loop it up, and I'm going to basically build a cable trough right down here. So I'm just going to figure out some length. And at some point I need to measure these out. But I'm going to need 2 of these. So we've got 1. And 2. Right? There's 1 set. Now we'll do the same thing. We'll grab the other one. Set it right there. And I'll just grab my wire. I'm going to come from somewhere in here. About right there. Yeah, I can do the ecas. Twisting the wires with the drill. Yeah, I didn't twist my wires. Yeah, I know like Steve Builds does that as well. I didn't twist my wires. I do sometimes. I do on my CAN bus wires because you got to be careful of the EMI coming from the 24-volt power that's running next to them in close proximity. But yeah, I just normally don't on my endstops. So we'll go there, grab our wire again, same type of thing. I'm kind of doing the full width here, pulling it up, coming across, and give him about another centimeter or so. And then once again, just grabbing a second length. There's 3. And the last one is a pretty short length. But once again, I do come up and kind of do that same type of bend around. And the thing to be cognizant of is where everything kind of lays out in here. We do have a planned layout for how things get wired up. So there's 4 end stop wires. I've got the wires pre-cut here to do the LED lights. Basically, I did the LED lights for the last one, figured out the size and said, okay, cut. This one will be the string to the board itself, and I know that that one's going to be long. So I'll cut that one to size when the time comes. So there we go. We've got our wires cut and ready to go. I'll take my 4 lanes, set them aside for the time being. It'd really be nice if I could do the whatchamacallit, the heat sets there. But regardless, for now, I'm going to get my lights moved over here. I will need 4 end stops, and these are 4 end stops without the levers. So if you have end stops with levers, you can just peel the levers off. If you've got end stops that already have the levers off, congratulations. Here's 2. See, I've got levers. So if I ever bust one or need one, I've got a few. Coder. More ends. Where are the rest of my? Oh, I gotten more. Seriously? All right, Thunder Keys, what do I do with the rest of my end stops? Something else, I guess I'll just buy a bunch of. And once again, this is another reason why I need to clean up the Dragon Den. One, so I can move things around again, and then two, so I can find the things that I have to keep buying because I can't figure out what I did with them. Okay, so we'll go ahead and wire up two of them for right now. Then we can go into lights if we need. I'll do the furthest ones away. So the longer runs. If you've got a set of helping hands, uh, they are great. I'm using a set of OmniFixos, and it's an expensive purchase, but well worth it. Oh, one there. Good thought though. So once again, these are the standard D2F 5Ls, whether they're all black like this, whether they're name brand Omrons, whether they're the like black and white shelled ones that you would get from Creality, you want the bare ones. You don't want the ones that are on, like a circuit board. But these all work, and the way that they're all set up is the there's the plunger right there. So the pen that lines up with the plunger is your common. That's the one that goes to ground. Then you're either normally opened or normally closed. So the 4 that go on the extruder and the one that'll go at the back in the hub are done on the 2 outside pegs. The 4 that go on the front respooler drive motors are going to go on the normally open on the in, so the side and the middle. So something to be aware of. Yeah. So so the extruders and the rear hub, you don't use levers. On the front, you will use levers. I normally just buy them all with the levers. I don't think there's a cost difference. But and hey, Mrs. Dragon, how's it going? Um, I don't know. You'll have to give me a second, Mrs. Dragon. You want me to just say it out loud? 886573. That work for you, Mrs. Dragon? God, what? Yeah, the nice thing is if you do wire them up wrong, you can fix it in the software. That is very true. God, I know I've got more in stops. So 1 second. All right. No worries. They're in the ether. All right, folks. I just got a mouthful of coffee grounds. All right. Endstops, like a package of 100, be on the list soon. Okay. So the best way to do this, go ahead and get this plugged in. It's going to heat up pretty quickly. Two long wires here. One, be cognizant that you now have a hot iron going. You just need to strip a little bit of your wire. It doesn't need to be a lot. FEP wiring, I swear. I get FEP wiring and it strips very easily, and then you get some FEP wiring, and it's like an act of God almost to get the wire to strip. Okay, so we've got our 2 wires there. What we're going to do is make sure our tip is clean. We'll grab some of our solder, and we're going to tin the tip of our soldering iron with just a little bit. Really should have a fume extractor. And once again, we're going on the 2 outer sides. So we're going to start heating that pin up. And then we're just going to melt the solder to it. And that solder should flow over the pin. And this is called tinning, referred to as tinning. You're just getting some solder on the pins. And you always want to heat the pin up first. And then add the solder. If you feel like you're getting a little bit too much on there, or when you pull away you get like little wisps, just try and clean those up. This means you got a little bit more than you need. Now, we also want to tin the wires that we just stripped. So, hey, 3D Medic Vince, how's it going? So once again, the thing I like about using this is I can just kind of create a loop there. I'm going to, once again, take my iron, get it on the wire to start heating the wire up. And then I'll just touch my solder, which will start melting some of the solder, which will get wicked into those wires. And then it's a simple case of lining the 2 up, applying heat to the pin, bringing your wire in, moving the heat. Should be. I can hold it on there and hold it steady while it cools. So you get the connection. There's one. We'll do the second one. And we're just going to do this to, once again, we're doing the 2 outer legs. So There's one done. Go ahead and strip the wires for the other one. Mrs. Dragon, did you get that code? Oh, thank you. Gotcha. Yeah, you're checking out of B-dubs, huh? You go by yourself, or did you take your brother with you? And by the way, Mrs. Dragon, I'm taking a day for me tomorrow, and going out with Evil Diesel since it was his birthday this recently. All right, so once again, go ahead and heat back up the solder that we tinned, hold it in place, and bada bing, bada boom, you got a soldered joint. Okay, we'll do the same thing for two more. For the other two, we've got the wires cut here. I just need to find my other end stops that I swear to God, I got like a pack of them. Maybe I did use them all. I don't know. But what we will want to do, and the ones that I got came with some small heat shrink tubing. Hey, Tin Talon, how's it going? Welcome on in. Oh, wow. Give me 1 second. Polymaker is rating with a party of 55. Holy cow. Thank you so much, Polymaker. Wow. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Jennifer Lude. Welcome in, Tin Talon, Off Axis FPV. Jedi Spidey. Hey, oh, what's up, my friend? Myself, Eagle is mad at me. I did not answer mom's call earlier. Uh-oh. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Mayhem, welcome in. Cute sticker on the table. Yes. Yes. So we've got our good eye. Oh, cute sticker here. And this is a box turtle. That's actually what we're starting to assemble here is a box turtle. I've got my box turtle shirt on as well, so we'll throw this on. So we got the box turtle shirt on as well. So we're set and styling. You had so much fun, you stayed, and now we are here with Polymaker Raid. Awesome. Hey, Petty Ruxpin, welcome on in. You also apparently asked too many questions. Well, it's not that you ask too many questions. You ask very pointed questions that he doesn't want to answer. So welcome on in, Raiders. I will tell you the same thing that I started off with. My name's Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. We do everything from like standard printer unboxings, like a X1C Carbon, the Prusa Mark IV that's down here, to mods like building and adding the MMU there, building 3D printers like you see around here, some really cool ones like the Black Box. My table right here is not a table, it's actually a Rat Rig VCore 4 sitting on the ground. It's just at waist level, by the way. Yeah, I do some 3D printing. I do a lot of prototyping, and that's what we're working on today. Thanks to Thunder Keys, I'm involved in the Box Turtle closed beta right now. They've said that we can do build streams, we just can't give out the files, right? The software is out there because it supports the 8-track as well. But, whoops, we can't give out the files yet for Box Turtle. It's just not done just yet. Getting close. Was it soon? There we go. It's secret. Yep, it's secret. And by the way, Zombie, I think me and you both missed out on the bleeding edge. And by the bleeding edge, I mean the Ender 3NG. I've seen a lot of content lately on it. Looks like they just had a good release. And I've seen some serial vids, so. But for those of you that are going to 3D Printopia, there will be several box turtles there. In fact, this is the second box turtle that I've built. I've got one that is currently running downstairs. Well, by running, I mean it is built. The software's there. I actually did get I did start a print. It just didn't start with the correct lane, so I've got to figure something out there. I think it was, yeah, it was a software config thing on my part, but. So all I'm doing here is just getting some heat shrink tubing over those connections. And then you would want to shrink these down. I'm going to be the barbarian and just use the heat from my iron real fast. I do have a heat gun, and if I had all four of these sitting in a row like I did before, I would pop the heat gun out and do all four, and then quickly start wiring up the next four. But we are also getting right into September here on Twitch. It's a great time of year. Subs are going to be 1 month and 3 month subs will be 25% off, and 6 month or higher subs will be, 6 months will be 30% off. And I believe the notice that I got says it starts today. Though I think it was like at 10 p.m., but I don't know 10 p.m. in what part of the world. You just bought an Ender 5 Plus. Awesome, because I know Fabrico has 0G kits for it. That's what you want to do with it, right? Is make it a 0G. But, you know, watching a zombie and Pezless streams for so long, I figured, okay, so for the month of September, every time I stream, if we get a level 5 hype train or a somebody subs either for 10 months or a gift sub of 10 months, or excuse me, blah, 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 raid train of level 5, or if 10 gift subs, I am going to be taking teaspoonfuls of the new Pex Peppers. This is the spicy habanero salsa. Okay. This is the new one that some of us got on the experimental batch. Whew. Yeah, brutal. I made the mistake of grabbing it. What I did was exactly that. I grabbed a teaspoon, which, by the way, there is a teaspoon here if something happens tonight. And I just dipped it and went, let me taste this. It wakes you up. It wakes you up. Okay, so where was I? Losing my mind, still trying to figure out what I did with the other package of endstops that I can swear I had sitting here. Anyhow, so we've got 2 endstops here that'll let us go ahead and continue to build 2 of these. And if I want to get into more wiring tonight, I'll wire up the lights. We've got our end stop. So once again, our end stop goes down in this channel here, right? But there's also, and I'm not going to get a good angle for this, there's a spot down there for a 5mm ball bearing. Hey, Mayhem. Uh-oh. Gifted a tier 1 sub. Nice. Thank you very much for the tier 1 gift sub to Death Ray Mayhem. I appreciate that. Also time? Not yet, but we will get there. I said 10 guest subs or a level 5 hype train. So we're going to take a little 5mm ball bearing, and oh, by the way, the ball bearings that are used for this same type of thing in the ERCFA V2 kits are 5.5 and won't fit. And Zombie cheered 100 bits. Mr. Wizix just cheered 100 bits, and we have a hype train coming in. So awesome. You guys want to put me through some pain. Great. So you're going to take your 5mm bearing and just put your finger there. Just, cover up the back side of that hole there, right? And drop that down in there, and it'll drop down in the hole. Notice where that hole is, because that's where you want to put the plunger of your end stop. So the hole down here, almost got the angle. The hole is on this front edge of this opening. So that's where we want the plunger at. You want to take your wires, flip them through the hole in the back there, right? We're just going to slit through the hole, drop the ball bearing, because how did that stay on there? Wow. All right, so we'll get that started. We're going to take that ball bearing and drop it back down in the hole. We're going to take our end stop plunger towards the inside here, and we need to lay it down there. So let's take and get a little bit of a bend on our wires, and we're going to just push this down into the gap there, just like that. Okay? Doesn't have to be perfect just yet. We'll get it there. I promise you. Say that. But there we go. And then we have these cute little things. Just a little bracket. We're in a level 1 hype train at 89%. Well, let's see what else we got. Let me get caught up here. I was going to do it to me. Pezlis is in here. Hybrid Robotics. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for a total of 10 months. Thank you very much. Welcome on in, Hybrid. Mayhem saying hello. Yeah, he's been here for 10 months, so he's a 1-year-old, 1 month old, I guess. He's a scream baby. Hybrid for 200 bits. Thank you. Jedi Spidey just subscribed again for another for a total of 6 months. Thank you, my friend. So this little clip slides down. There's a little cutout here that this will slide down into. You just need to make sure that it's oriented in the right direction, and trying not to lose that ball out of there. So this little clip has these little ears here. So the flat part goes down against the end stop, and these ears are going to keep it aligned and in place. So you just take that and push that down in there. It's going to sandwich that end stop right in place. And this is where you're going to need your M2 screws. Now you're going to need an M2 by 10 for these. And I did buy a bunch of these because I couldn't find this, and then I found it. Hybrid Robotics for 300 more. We're in a 35% of a level 2 hype train. I'm going to need my iFixit driver here. And these are button head cap screws. Fun. I would much prefer to have had socket head cap screws. I think they would both work out. And we're going to just be going through printed parts here. We're going through one printed part, through the holes in the end stop, and into the back side of the extruder printed part here. So since we're threading into printed parts with a 2mm screw, don't try and crank down crazy on it. Okay, that's kind of what we're looking at right here. So we've got there's a ball bearing in there, and then we've got the end stop down there. And what we're going to do, probably could have, would have, should have done this beforehand, which was take a 2mm drill and just make sure that this was clean. But we can take a piece of filament, any filament, and yeah, it's on this side. We're just going to run it through and listen for the click. And I am hearing the click. I'm not sure if you guys can hear the click. So we're making sure that we're getting the good contact. And all that ball is there to do is to be able to lift up out of the way and make contact with the plunger. So we've got one of these done. We'll go ahead and set that aside and do the second one, which will be lane 3. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to feed this wire through the back side. Make sure it's orientated with the plunger. And probably to make it a little bit easier, I'm just going to squeeze these in slightly and go ahead and get a little bit of a bend in the wire set up there. It'll make it easier for it to go in. We're going to grab one of our 5mm bearings, kind of hold this at an angle so it'll come right down like that and pop into the hole. We'll get our end stop oriented in place. We'll grab another one of our little smasher capper things and just push it in there. Everything lines up. And what do we got here? Something just happened. 2, 4, 500 biddies from Hybrid Robotics. Thank you. 69 from Mayhem. 69 from Zombie. Thank you all very much. 1 from Thunder Keys. Thank you, Thunder Keys. So what this box turtle thing is, give me 1 second and I'll show you. We've got an ad break incoming. Let me see if I can snooze this fast. Snooze. Ads are snoozed for 5 minutes. There we go. Did the hype train end? Yes, the hype train ended. When we get hype train complete, level 2 at 70%. 3 gift subs, 1,368 bits. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, it's multicolor printing. So let me do this, and this will show you the CAD. So this is what we're building. I can show you the CAD. I can't make the STLs available. The ArmoredTurtle repository is not public, so you have to be invited in to even be able to get to the files. It's basically a open source AMS to be integrated into Klipper. The software, we're still going through and adding more to the software, so it's not fully feature complete just yet. We'll be getting there. We're going for basic functionality first, and then we'll add to it. We're just trying to get it basically functioning and then showing it off at our 3D Earthtopia. We'll put those over there. Think. For now, I'm going to go ahead and turn that off so I don't burn myself on it. We may get into some other wiring here in a minute. There's our box turtle right there as well. So yeah, this is what we're building. It is a 4-lane MMU. It's an open source AMS basically. Excuse me. It's built with a total of 8 extrusions, 4 long, 4 shorter. You can do extrusion for the 4 corners and build it using basically blind screws, or you can use printed parts. I'm using the printed parts. The nice thing is with the printed parts, you can actually put RGBs in the 4 corner pillars and really bling it out, kind of, pimp my box turtle style. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. My brain is fizzing out on me. So I'm going to scoot these to the side for a second. The extruders. So we've got the extruder housings. Now we need some extruders, right? So AliExpress specials. These are basic extruder kits, standard fare. Let me, yeah. Oh, of course, it's AliExpress. It's a bag in a bag because we don't have enough bags. Like we couldn't put the sticker on this bag. We put the sticker on this bag and put this one inside. Okay, so we have 2 ecas fittings that come in here, which is good to have, because there's the 2 ecas fittings we'll put in here. We'll have a long and a short 3mm rod. We only need the short one, so that one can go away. We won't need this drive gear, so that will go away. We'll have, this is the idler gear. We'll have our 2 needle bearings, so we'll just stick those in there so that they don't run away on us. We'll have tensioner, spring, and probably the biggest flipping washer that I've seen. There's actually 2 there. That's the first. So there's your tensioning spring. Here's your drive gear. And good, there is a set screw in there. So the one side has the bearing on it already. The other side, the bearing's still loose. We will need to put some Loctite on that set screw. Get a little bit there. Okay. So, how are we going to get started? We're going to get started by getting this piece, and we're going to take our, our bearing and stick it down there. Try and get it sort of straight. Use the long rod here and make sure you're going across the outer races of that bearing as you press it in. So you've got your first bearing right down in there. We're going to need the drive gear on the shaft here. I have to back that lock nut off, or the set screw off. And for now, just set it all the way down in there and snug that up so it's stuck and can't come off. And literally, you're going to take that bearing and press it right in here. It should be a decent fit. And you should have distance, it's going to be kind of hard to see, between the back side of this big white pulley and the printed part. There should be a little bit of distance. You shouldn't be feeling any drag. Okay. I'm going to line this up so that the set screw is basically facing straight up. And I'm going to bring these two halves together, making sure that everything's lining up with the other bearing. And by making sure that that set screw is facing up, it's definitely facing up, right? So I'll be able to look and get the spacing for my drive gear there. We're going to take a piece of filament, run it through here, one way or the other. Keep moving that drive gear around till your set screw, and you want to make sure that you're nice and centered on there. I just kind of take it off and then I do a little shake and wiggle. Take it off. I back off the set screw, do a little shake and wiggle, tighten it back up. Now I know that's in the right position and I can pull my filament back out. So that's in the right position here, and I forgot something. So once again, I'm going to pull this back apart. You can see that the bearing came out there. That's fine. The thing I forgot to do is I need to mount the motor, because there's a screw that goes right here. So the way the motor mounts, this is the pivot point, and then this will be where the other motor connector, or the motor mount screw will go in. That will allow you to pivot and set your tension and backlash against your big drive gear. So yeah, there's going to be at least 4 or 5. There's going to be one at West 3D, one at Fabrico, one at DLL PDF. I'm going to bring both of mine, so one should be sitting at KB3D's booth and one at my booth. So yeah, there's going to be box turtles there at the show. That's going to be a definite. So once again, our motors are from AliExpress. Be kind of careful cutting this tape, because believe it or not, I have found that they sometimes put the wires right next to the dang tape. And the nice thing about these motors is the wires are not direct connected. The part that sucks is, rather than coming straight out the back, it's coming out the side. It's an angled one, and it's a smaller connector. You can put these on after it's mounted. It's a pain in the butt. So if you think about it now, go ahead and install that wire while it's a little, so it's easier to install now, but it sucks because now you've got this flopping around in the way. And what you want to do is do this in such a way that the wire will be coming up at some angle rather than down. If it's going down, it's going to be too much of a pain in the butt. You want it accessible if you ever need to take these out. Is my merch store is offline because Stream Elements closed them. I need to go in and shut that off. But yes, my merch store is offline. I'm going to get this lined up. And I'm going to need another M3 by 8 socket head cap screw. And once again, this is a pivot side, so don't latch it all the way down just yet. You still want this to be able to twist and pivot some. And what you're going to be doing is trying to get the gears to mesh. And then you're looking for minimal backlash. So you should be able to move this fairly easily in both directions. And when you change directions, there shouldn't be a lot of play when you go to change directions. So you're going to need another M3 by 8 screw. I mean, this is standard extruder build basically. So if you get the gap too tight, it makes it real hard to move the gears. If the gap is good, you won't have a problem. Wow, that's not a lot of engagement. What I mean by not a lot of engagement is the teeth. So on this particular set, the teeth are really only engaging like very minimal amounts of the plastic gear. I mean, it's enough, but I'll have to be careful and keep my eye on that gear does not strip out. Once you get it set good where you don't have a lot of play between the direction changes, that's your set point. And you can go ahead and screw both of these down tight. We're going to go ahead and get this line back up in there. We're going to have to go slowly because that front bearing came out. But these parts are keyed. So once everything's lined up, it will key back in and pop in just like that. Okay. So now, coming from this side, we need 4 screws, and this will sandwich these pieces together. Fingers are not working. And once these are all ready and we start to put the, assemble the lanes together, once we get all these little sub-assemblies done, the motor wires, we will cut to length and recrimp those because you don't want a whole ton of wire. Darn it. You don't want a whole ton of excess wiring in here. It gets cramped really, really fast. Okay, so we've got our extruder gear motors, or extruder gears, our motor, our end stop. We still need to add our ecas fittings and our idler bracket. So the idler bracket, once again, is fairly simple. We're going to have a screw that comes across through there, and we'll have our idler that'll go in here. So we'll need to get our idler ready. And this is going to be done with just a, once again, we want to add some grease into this. So we make sure that we've got both of our needle bearings in there. We're going to put, whoops, we're going to put our finger over one side, and the other side, we're going to put some EP2 grease in. Okay, probably got way extra in there, but it's all good. Once again, we're using the smaller of the two M3 shafts that are in here. You're going to take that and slowly insert it into your idler bearing here. And as you're pushing this shaft in, because you're holding your finger in the back, there's no place for that grease to go except through the needle bearings. And that's what we're trying to do, is get those needle bearings greased. Now, as you start to push that through, this may pop up. If it doesn't, and you feel it on your finger, you don't have enough grease. So go ahead and take it back out. The needle bearing in there, take it back out, add some more grease. So as you push that in there, if you start to see the needle bearing pop out like that, I just use my fingernail, push that needle bearing back in there, then push that rod the rest of the way through. If it hits my finger on the other side, that tells me that I've now got those bearings packed with grease. And yes, I've obviously got some excess here that I need to wipe off. Now you want to be careful and wipe this excess off. If you get some grease on the larger gear back here that interfaces with the other gear, you're good. Do not get grease in the teeth up here that the filament runs in, because that could cause you some slippage. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look down here and see which way this gear is laid and which way this is going to lay in there. So it's going to latch over like this, which tells me if I pull this up, I need the big side towards the motor and the filament side away from the motor. So, darn it. Once again, this opens up, and I need to lay this in there with the big side towards what is my right, this way, and the filament side that way. So it'll line up with the gear that's already on the motor. And you just got to snap it in there. Might be a tight fit. There's one side, the other side's in there. It's rolling nice and freely. We can get that lined up there. We're going to need an M30 button head cap screw. Go ahead and just grab two of those for now. Okay. So this M30 screw is going to go right through the hole here, which is basically a hinge pin. And it's going to screw into the meat here. So once again, you don't want to crank down on this because it's meant to be a live hinge. So just as you feel it snug, everything still moves. And we'll take our tensioner and put that in place. And what I do on these, and I read this somewhere, I can't remember where, I just crank that all the way down. Now I'm going to undo this one full turn. It should be good right there. So once again, when we go to wire this up, one, we're going to validate our A and B pairs here. Two, when we go to do our wiring, when we go to do our cut this to final length and do our ends, we just have to remember that whichever wire is, this way. Whichever wire is, I'll say, closer to the drive gears or the motor, that's the common, because that's the one where the plunger's at, which is where the ball's at. So that side would be the common, or go to ground, and then this side would go to the pin. So there is extruder for lane number 4 built. We can go ahead and do the one for lane 3. And then we will we'll go ahead and do let's do the ecas fittings. So standard on the ecas fittings, you need to separate that little not plastic, but the little rubber donut off the back end. You should see the other plastic black piece here. If you don't see that plastic black piece, you've taken a piece off. You need to find that and put that back on there. Then you'll take the blue piece and it gets sandwiched down in there. This is a pain in the tuchus. This is the resolution, at least for this part. So we're going to use the Nipix. You got to be careful and make sure that you're pretty square on that black plastic piece and apply some pressure. Apparently, go one more notch. And there's your ecas fitting put together. Pneumatic fitting works. Once again, we want to separate the donut. And if you separate it too much like that, I just took all the black piece off, right? Line it back up, shove it back on there, and then just try and take the rubber donut piece off. You need to leave that black plastic piece. Okay, so that's in there, and we didn't mar that piece up at all. Now the ecas fittings need to get pressed in here. I will tell you, it sucks. Yeah, get it kind of lined up, and you gotta just press it down on a hard surface. Until it's fully seated. I have yet to damage or bust one of these by doing it like this. So they're pretty darn resilient in that fact. It just sucks because they are a really, really tight fit. Okay, and there's both my ecas fittings in, and they both still work, so that's good. I'm just going to set that off to the side. It'll fall over on its motor, but that's cool. And once again, this stuff is excess parts. So we'll just be adding that to an excess part baggie in case at some point in time we ever need them, which I doubt I will. But Those parts go there. The ecas little rubber donut things I'm keeping in a different bag. So I'll just set those aside for right now. And we're ready to go on to the next one. Here. So here's our base extruder again with our end stop already connected. We need another extruder kit. Well, and to be honest, the AMS works with Klipper. We just don't have access to any of the source code that's being used. Once again, we'll just kind of do our sort out. We'll take our little rubber donut off of that. We'll just go ahead and put this together while we've got the Nipix right here at hand. Yeah, the AMS does technically work with Klipper because Bamboo's running Klipper under the hood. That's one of the big things and one of the big gripes against them is they were running Klipper and they weren't acknowledging it. That goes there, that goes there. That'll go there. So in this kit, I only got one of these washers, which is good because that's all I need. I don't need the drive gear. I don't technically need the longer one, but I'm going to use it like I did the other one. Get my ecas fitting ready. But you'll see that I got the two little blue clips. The other kit didn't have these in them. And quite honestly, I didn't use them on the other box turtle. So for those of you that were asking that are relatively new, hey Maker Viking, how's it going? So shenanigans. Who asked about the hybrid? This is what the box turtle is. It literally is an open source AMS, right? So we got our two ecas fittings put together. We need to determine which one of these is our idler. That's a drive gear. That one does have a set screw in it. The first set that I ordered, and all I did was say reorder when I got the second set. The set screws weren't in the drive gear; they were loose, and there was two of them. So this one had the shaft, had that. This is a full kit with no spares, where most of the others had at the very least a spare, whatchamacallit, a spare set screw. This one doesn't have a spare, or the first one didn't have a spare set screw. This one didn't have a spare set screw. And the first one didn't have the two blue things. So I mean, it's an AliExpress special. You get what you get, right? Once again, I just filled this with grease. I'm going to push my rod in. And when I start to see, when I start to see my first needle bearings start to pop out, I'm just going to use my one fingernail, push it back in there. Then use the next finger to push the rod all the way through. And carefully, now that I have the rod through, I want to clean any excess grease up so that there's no chance that it gets on the filament path. If it gets on the main gears, no harm, no foul. But if it gets on the filament path, you could have slippage, especially if you're doing any type of like silk or something like that. And since we have this, I'm going to go ahead. All right. I'm going to go that way. I'm going to go ahead and just sit that down there. I'm pretty sure that's in the right way, but we'll double, triple, quadruple check. Let's grab our motor as well and get the motor started on here. So we don't do like what we did the last time. Okay. So once again, we want to mount our motor onto the face here so that this is in some way, shape, or form coming to the, I'll say the upper part versus that flat part, because this is going to get mounted down. And if it's facing down, you're not going to be able to get in there and do any maintenance on it. Hopefully you wouldn't need to, but you know, stuff happens. And just to be on the safe side for right now, we will find a tiny, tiny connector and get that plugged in. You can get these plugged in after the fact. I know I did it on the first 4. It's just, if the connector was coming directly out like all of our motors, it's an easy plug. Because it's going in this way, you're going to have a piece right here, not very much space to work with. So it's a little bit easier to get that in place now. We'll take our center piece, set it on there, and get the hole lined up on this one. Grab our M3x8. We don't want it too tight. We want it so it can still move. Right, we'll just push it over to the side. We'll grab our drive gear here. It'll be easier to get this on there and started before we do everything. So let's grab some Loctite. Get it on that set screw. Line that up with the flat. For the most part, it's going to most likely be fully flush against the printed gear. I've had one where it wasn't. We're going to shift our motor, kind of rotate it fully out. We're going to get that bearing into that hole. Push this down on there. Make sure it's rotating without any binding or rubbing against the underside of the plastic part. And then we're going to rotate our motor drive gear into contact with it. We'll go ahead and put our other M3x8 screw in here. And start to get it, just finger tight so we still have the ability to move stuff. We don't want to really push it in because then we'll bind the gear. But what we're looking to do is rotate it one way and then rotate it the other way. We shouldn't have movement before the drive gear starts driving. Right? If we have excess movement, then that means we need to move our motor over some more and tighten that up. Once we get where we like it, we'll tighten both of these screws down. And this side's good. Now on this side, we need to get our other bearing down in there. And then we'll use the long shaft here to go fully across that bearing and just line it up and get it seated down in the groove for it. So now we've got our drive gear ready to go. We've got this piece ready to go. And we're just going to line everything up and sandwich it together. Just like that. And once again, the printed parts are keyed, and we're looking to make sure that this drive gear is fully in line. Now we've got it sandwiched, we'll go ahead and use our M3x8s to secure the two extruder halves together. Yes, Mr. Wizix, it is still in closed beta. If you want early access, you can to the BOM, not the printed parts, but to the the parts that you'll need to go and get from AliExpress and stuff. So there is no full kit right now. We're doing, it's a build a bomb from AliExpress. I am pretty sure that West 3D is going to have kits. I'm pretty sure that Fabrico is going to have kits, and I'm pretty sure that KB3D is going to have kits. The question is are they going to make it themselves, or are we going to get somebody like, are you going to see an LDO support of this or something like that? I don't know. That's a conversation way past me. But I know that I have talked to KB3D Chris about this, and he is very interested in supporting this endeavor. So, and yes, this is still in beta. I am part of the closed beta. They said that I can show the build, but I can't, I can't give the parts out. You can see that I'm showing the CAD, but I can tell you the CAD that I am showing right now on screen, there are changes to this. There are changes right now in the works based on some feedback. The whole rear idler assemblies that we'll be putting together, the rear idlers are the 4 sets of idlers back here in the back. These are free spinning idlers that have an adjustable mechanism to them. This whole back half is being looked at, being reworked for reducing the number of things in the BOM and reducing some of the complexity. It's a nice setup. It's just not wholly necessary, I don't think. It does give you the ability to run like some sample spools and some smaller spools and stuff. And the redesign will allow that as well. Sorry, it'll just do it with a lot less parts. There'll be more of a roller that gets moved from predefined positions. Okay, so we've got these now. We still need to finalize our, whatchamacallit. Actually, before we do that, we need to make sure that this is set in the right spot. So we'll reach down here and we'll grab our filament again. And we'll take our filament and just run it through here. Once again, listening for the click. So our end stop is working appropriately. And then we're looking for alignment with that gear. So I'm going to continue to push it through all the way. And because I've got the motor connected, it's not freewheeling. And I can come in here with my screwdriver, loosen the set screw up, give it a little wiggle to make sure it's fully set on that filament. Do the final tightening of that set screw and pull my sample piece of filament out. Now I'm going to set this up here and just make sure that those gears are in the right direction, which they are, and we'll just press this down in there. There we go. Nice, good fit. And we're just going to set that down in the gap there. We're going to take our other M3x30, get it through that lock point, and we'll tighten that down. Once again, we're going to go until we feel it, the head of the screw bottom out, because this is a pivot point. That's done. This can still open up. You may need to do that, so leave your access to it. Grab our tensioner, screw that on there. And like I said, I'm going to take this all the way tight. Yeah, and like I said, you can get early access to the BOM. Like the number of screws may change. I don't think any of the screw sizes per se will change. It might just be the number. And then I'm going to undo this one turn. That should set the baseline tension on this. Now the only thing we need to do is press in our ecas fittings. So one on each side. Okay, that one went in. And these are intentionally designed to be tight. So you're going to have to put some muscle into them. Muscle, some weight, whatever you got. All right, make sure they're still working. And so you've got motors and stop wires. There's number 2 done. We'll just set that over here. I can't build the other 2 just yet because I want to get the end stops in first. And if I can't find any more end stops, I will have to buy some. When I go to Micros, actually, I'm probably going to order, do a bulk order from Amazon, but I might have to check and see if they have any at Micro Center tomorrow. I don't know. So I'll have to work on these later. If I start, no. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to think about order of operation here real fast. So I mean, quite honestly, I guess I can build this. It's not going to be too hard to add the yeah, we'll go ahead and build these. It's not going to be that hard to add the things in. Now I will have to take them apart to do that. So no, we'll wait on those. We'll wait on those. What else? What else? What else? I can do motors here, the gear. Can't put those on until I get the rods, and I don't have all the rods yet. The rest of the rods should be here hopefully by Saturday. Sorry, folks, I'm talking to myself. I'm like semi losing it. Yes, I did make that comment about removing the rubber donuts from the ecas. And if you remove it and you don't see a black piece at the bottom, that means that you removed too many parts and you need to put that black piece back in there. The plastic black piece. So what I'm going to do is use my Nipix here. and see if I can't break these print and place supports. Yeah, there we go. I just couldn't get to them. So once again, these are very nicely done print and place supports. They do, I had a lot of them on the first build that came right off. Like, that's really not that, I'm not providing a lot of torque to pull these off. I just needed a wider piece to get to it. I can't get these wide enough to get a good grip on it. And I've caught myself in the jaws on these too many times. Much safer. Just give a little squeeze, slight twist, and boom, they pop out. So there's some print and place supports. Those can go away. Now these are going to get 608 bearings. And depending on your print settings, they should be able to go just like that, just that easy. You'll notice that these parts, both the inner hole for the rod and the top of the bearing hole, whoops, are flat. They're done that way for a reason. They are designed that way to enable the print so that you don't have the sag, and they've been sized appropriately so it provides just enough room to get the bearing in there, and it provides good tension. So, you know, your bearings move smoothly. So you'll need some 608 bearings for these. There was conversation of whether these are going to stay 608 bearings or switch to a different bearing type that we use at other parts of the build. Once again, to simplify and the BOM and reduce the number of different types of things that you're having to buy for it. I mean, if it makes sense, like it's the only thing that'll fit there, then yeah, you use it, even if it is a one-off part. But if it's not needed, you know, and you can use an already existing size, and reduce the total number of parts in the design. Okay. So we've got our bearings on both sides, and yes, I do have different type of bearings. No big deal. These are the RS. These are the ZZ. ZZ just means that they have the metal dust covers versus the plastic or rubberized ones. I will say, if you're doing this build, buy these in bulk. Buy them in bulk. The other types of bearings that we'll use are MR148ZZ bearings. Once again, these are 8mm size bearings, and they're going to be used in these holes right here on each side. And then we've got these tiny 148, or I'm sorry, these are not 148s. These are MR63ZZ. These are tiny little things, and these are put in with some M3 screws and create the initial roller bearing at the front of the machine here. One will go here and one will go in this pivot joint. I guess we can start working on some of that too. No. I will go ahead and install these. I'm not going to get into sanding these down because it's a lot of work with the drill and some 80 grit sandpaper. And you just have to sit there and keep test fitting and keep test fitting and keep test fitting. And like I said, I only have two. I've got another 10 pack that are cleared customs. They're en route. I'm hoping they get here by Saturday. So set these down on a hard surface. And once again, take these and just press them down in there. They'll fit. They're a good tight fit. And what you're looking for is for them to be flat with the face of the printed part. So just make sure that your printed part's on there and they're flat. There's those four. Leave the other four. Like I said, today you're just basically, we're going through and doing some sub-assemblies so that when we actually start the frame and everything, it goes by real quick. Hey, Jay Sims, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. When you do your lights, as with any RGB set, whether you're doing, whether you get lights for your stealth burner or other tool head or whatnot, make sure that you write down, are they RGBW, GRBW, what order are they? It should say on the package when you buy them, if you buy them from AliExpress, fingers crossed, hopefully the package is correct. If you're buying them off Amazon, more likely that they'll be correct of the right order. So yeah. But write that down because when you go to do the when you go to do your lights in your software config, sorry, you're going to need to know the right order for the lights so that they come on in the right color that you're expecting. And I'm definitely going to be looking for those end stops. Okay, so our tiny, tiny, tiny little bearings. What we're going to do is on these center pieces, once again, we're going to have an ecas fitting at the bottom, and it's going to go right up through this center hole here, and there's going to be a lever. Grab one of those. I'm just going to grab that. Yeah, these are the old style wheels. Gears. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted again. I'll stop. You're going to have these levers, and they're going to be mounted right like that. Okay. So I'm going to get one of these mounted up. Let me go ahead and push an ecas fitting in here first. and I'll show you kind of how that one. Yeah, the one at the bottom is kind of the worst one. It is I will agree with you there. Bearing over there, bearing. These were some ecas fittings I already set up. So we need one ecas fitting to go here. Now, I will say, I haven't had an issue, okay? There's good tolerance of bend on my prints. Every filament path through here, whether it's on the extruders, right? Or down the middle of this piece, down through the top of this piece, you may want to take a 2mm drill bit and hit those. Especially like if you can look through it and you don't see anything in the way, and you can take a standard piece of filament and run it through there, fine, great. If you get any snags whatsoever, clean them up before you start building. Save yourself some time. Okay, that said, public service announcement done. We're going to come in here and get an ecas fitting at the bottom of this. And like I said, this is the pain in the butt. Because there's not much surface. Now, if you got it, and you got one with a good enough throw on it, you could go this way. Now I opened it up too far. You know, just make sure that everything is lining up, that you have good purchase. Don't do that. You can press it in there just like that. On this side, though, you've got nothing. There's not a really good place. So this one, you're just going to have to manhandle it. Person handle it, whatever. And hope and pray that you don't lean on this and bust this piece, because if you bust it, then you know you might as well just bust it the rest of the way to try and get the ecas out, or you're going to chalk it up to a loss. Because I don't know about you, but I've never been able to get one of these ecas fittings back out without damaging the crap out of it. Maybe. Maybe. Right. You're going to do that. Just make sure you're using smooth jaw so you don't damage that filament path right there, but you can barely get in right there to squeeze that in there. The end result, though, is you want to make sure that this is fully seated all the way around. Fully seated all the way around. Okay? Now, we're going to take one of these small, tiny bearings. It's going to go right there in that slot. Okay? M3 by 8. Going to go through this hole, through the bearing, and into the printed plastic. So Just feel it get tight. You want this to move. It needs to be able to rotate. This is going to be a constrained filament path. Okay? On the other part here, it's mounting to this piece. You're going to take another M3x8. You're going to put one of the bearings on the M3x8. And it's going to get screwed in that slot right there. Hey, J Sema Printing, how's it going? I am sorry I didn't notice you earlier. I apologize. Hey, Fat Boy, how's it going? And once again, we're just tightening it until we feel it, that tension change, right? And that's perfect. Make sure your bearing still rotates, but doesn't have side-to-side play. Now, once again, I've told you that these two pieces are going to go just like that, right? They're going to fit just like that. Filament's going to go down here, and when it hits those two rollers, it's going to separate. When it separates like that, there's going to be a end stop down here that that will trigger. And this is one with a lever, because this little cutout arm right here is what's going to be depressing that lever. Okay. Now, how does it come back closed if it's just a straight hinge? Well, that's because this piece and this piece are spot for 6x3 magnets, and they're going to be polarized to attract each other. Right? They need to attract each other. So that's how those are going to go together. I can go ahead and let's just keep building these sets out. Just thinking. Yeah, we'll build these pairs out. These pieces right here as well, we can put these together. Stop squirreling. Need to get the rest of our ecas fittings put together, and we'll get these pieces assembled. Six more of these, and another 5 technically. Yeah, so those of you that are new, we are building a box turtle. And a box turtle is basically an open source AMS. He's also a really cute, whoops, darn it. I'll get this camera figured out at one point. He's also a really cute little fella. All right, so there's the 6 I'm going to use for these 3. And then I'll need 5 more for the rear hub piece. So I've got the package open. I might as well get those ready now. So what do I need? M3x8 socket heads. Whoops. Darn it, Luke. What was that? M3x8 socket heads. Endstops and something else. Dang it. Heatset inserts. Either purchased or recovered. Or yes. So when you're doing something like this, order of operations, big thing. Prep work, big thing. Like because there's so many of these that you need to get together, having, making the list of what you need as far as these put together, you can set your Knipex pliers or whatever up, go through and hit all of them in one shot and get them ready. And then that way when you're doing a different assembly and you need these at a different width or setting, you'll have it. Or you can do that without having to switch back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it's just like an assembly method. um, these are 5 that are going to go in the hub. Maybe grab that piece and just stick those in there. The one that goes in the bottom here, we used our bigger Knipex pliers on that one. All right, what is going on with me? Bigger pliers here. Not necessarily perfectly straight up and down angle, so it keeps wanting to shift out of the jaws, but there we go. Work on it, play with it, you'll get it. So that one's in there. Like I said, smooth jaws work the best. So if you have smooth jaws, great. If not, you can use like C clamps or other types of clamps. Just be careful that you don't mar or damage or break the 3D printed part. You gotta be very careful about. All right, this one might be easier if I at least get it started. Good old push method, and then it won't try and go running away on me. Here we go. So those 3 are done. Now, I think I'm done with this one, but for now I'll just set it off to the side. We'll need the levers. Another one. Another one. Last one. A piece. Okay, now these, I use the smaller side here. And we're going to come in this gap right here and try and push it down in there. Yes, this is by ArmoredTurtle. This is, so he's got the 8-track, which is the cassette style setup, filament changing system that can sit on like a 2.4 or whatever. And this is another type that can go on any printer because it sits standalone. A little bit easier. That because you're doing like 4 each of each operation, it's just easier to kind of do it in an assembly line fashion. So make sure they're all fully seated. Okay, so now we'll need our smaller little tiny bearings here. Need a few more of these. Once again, on these pieces, they're going in this little slot right there in the top. So it's just going to slide into the slot. Then we're going to need M3 by 8s. So yeah, like I said, the end result of what we're looking for here is going to be this. This is what the end result of our endeavors will be. We'll get a little bit further tonight, and then Saturday we'll pick back up, and we should be able to do some mass assembly. I will, if I find or get my hands on endstops, I will go ahead and wire up the other 2 endstops. And get the, we can do the other 2 extruders. I mean, it's just more of the same of what we've already done on the first 2. So these 3, it went down in the slot on the pivot joints. We take our screw, we put one of these tiny bearings on the screw, and then we're going to go right down in that hole there. And once again, we're just screwing it down until it's snug, because we're going into plastic. We don't need to apply torque or pressure to this. We just want to make sure there's no play. Because if there's side-to-side play here, we could get little filament hairs, wisp, or stuff in there, and it just becomes a little bit more of a pain in the butt. And quite honestly, M3x6 would work on this as well. Once again, they're using M3x8s as many places as possible to reduce the overall number of screws, types and sizes of screw needed. Okay, so these sets are pretty much ready to go. I'm just going to set them over here where they're out of the way, somewhat out of the way. Try not to lose the rest of my tiny little bearings here. So these pieces and the associated clips, we put in our 4 heat sets. These clips are just going to sit right on top like that. We need to put in, once again, M3x8s. Curious to see how much of an M3x6 screw. I mean, that's plenty enough thread there for what these are and what they're going to have. So I'm just going to use M3x6s here, just because I'm starting to run out of M3x8s. Hey, Ozzy, how's it going? Yeah. I really like my bamboos. In fact, the bamboos printed all the parts that you see here. And I was literally just sitting there at work between meetings. I'm like, okay, the bamboo stopped. Give it time to cool down, pop the plate, and hit start again. Makes life a lot easier. But I like building as well. I like building things. Like I used to do PCs, right? I used to build my own PCs. Still do. In fact, I'll probably grab some upgrades while I'm at Micro Center tomorrow. And this lets me get back into the tinkering and stuff that I'm kind of not able to do anymore since I got out of the Air Force, just with the jobs that I've got now. So keeps my mind engaged. And like I said, since the majority of these in M3x6 works, there's no, one of the reasons why we stick with M3x8s on a lot of this stuff is because it's a common size used in various other printers and mods. So if you went through and said, oh, we're going to use M3x6 or we use a lot of M2x10 here, where else are you going to use it, right? So you have to go and get you go out and you go to AliExpress and say, okay, I want screws. Okay, I've got 50 M3x6s, and it only calls out for 5. Well, gee, what am I going to do with the other 45 except put them in the bin and forget that I have them, right? Which is why you go out and you go out to Maker World and you get yourself the Screwfinity, right? Get yourself a Screwfinity. You can use that bamboo. You can print out your Screwfinity, print out all your drawers, count them up, do them in either height or rows. So do them 5 at a time, slap them in your rows. You do all your labels for them. And now you've got an easy way of seeing which screws you have. And when you pop in and there's like, oh, there's nothing in that one. Well, maybe that's hey, there's one. Might need some more of those. Oh. Somebody tell Zombie I plugged a Screwfinity for him. No, it's actually, it works really well. And I've already got a lot of Gridfinity stuff picked out. So that's why I started to do Screw Unit by K2 Kevin. And then I swapped over to the Screwfinity just because I've already got some Gridfinity stuff. So having it in the same size, format, footprint is better off. Okay, so I'm going to need 4 of these, and I'll show you how we're going to do those. These are now set and ready to go. So we'll just set them over there out of the way. I guess we can go ahead and try and get these ones in here. So for this one, it's 4 into 1, so it is going to be an angled path. Just kind of, all right, make sure that your filament will go through. And that one will go through. It's just broken in the tip, so it's just a straight edge now. Okay, so those will all go through. We need to get our ecas fittings in here as well. And with the angle, you're really just down to line up and press. Once again, making sure that they are flat and fully inserted. I was a little worried about how well this would print. It prints fine. Prints fine, not an issue. Once again, I talked earlier about print tolerances and making sure that you had good print tolerances. And that's been the one nice thing with the bamboos is they print good. I haven't had any tolerance issues. Haven't had any over extruding or anything like that. All right. So there, whoa. Let me come back here. There's our 4 into 1 hub. And we will have a spot, and this is a good way to show it. We do have the spot here for where the ball bearing goes in, and then another spot for another end stop. So we'll have to put this in place at some point as well. So we'll get those going. Okay. I hate the ecas. It's gonna hurt for days now. there's all our ecas fittings done. We need to get endstops to build those. We're almost ready here. I need the rods to be able to do this. I think what we'll do the next time is I will solder up the lights. I really don't want to get started on it at 10 o'clock at night. But I will tell you that this is the jig used for ERCFA. This is what I used to do my lights. What I did was I need 4. So I snap these off. Right? And then I want in and out. So I want the ends to be facing me. And these will just press fit in there. They're designed to actually do them in a row like this. You can't necessarily do it that way because of the length between them. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and get 3 of them in here, and I'm going to do every other hole. So when I did it in the first 4 holes, it's just the length of wire that you need to go between the two. It keeps causing it to pop out when it's too tight like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by going through and putting a little bit of solder paste on here, or a flux, and then we're going to tin these pads, right? Then I'm going to go through and strip one end of my long wires, and we're going to connect it to the inside. Red to 5 volt, blue to signal in the middle, and black to ground. Then I will grab, a red, blue, and black of the shorter ones. And one by one, I will, snip off both ends, and not snip off, but strip both ends, tin them. And then I'm going to go one by one. I'm going to go 5 volt out to 5 volt in. Then signal to signal, ground to ground. And then I will just come up here and do out to in. And I'm not going to try and go like here to here. I want these going in the same way. Because what will happen is when we go to put these backers on that hold them in place, you'll have the wires coming out of the back, right? You're going to set this through there, twist it. That'll be easier to do when I have some wires on it. But basically, this is going to wind up like this, and you'll have the 2 sets of wires coming out the back, and this gets screwed on. So it'll be easier to see when we get into that. We'll get into that on Saturday. But I am getting better at doing these LEDs. However, at no point in time will I probably be doing like those tiny, tiny sequin ones. Because, no. Brain power is not going to work on that. So, yeah, we've got a lot of stuff prepped and ready for the next stream. Like I said, for the next stream, we'll come in and we'll probably start with doing some soldering on the lights because it'll be good to do it at 10 a.m. on a Saturday when I'm awake and, alive and awake. And then we'll go from there. I should have everything else I need. And if I get them in, I'll probably try and sand down the rods if I get them in tomorrow. I'll try and sand down the rods off stream, just because, like I said, it's chuck it up in the drill, grab the sandpaper, just keep check fitting, keep check fitting. Okay, that's good. Now turn it around and do the other half. It's kind of a pain in the butt. So these will be the light covers that you see. These are done exactly like you get on a stealth burner. Your diffusers will only go in there one way, because you've got you've got two like good slants, one rounded corner, and then the fourth corner has a tiny bevel to it, and that lines up with this piece. So when everything's fitting, it pushes right in, and you've got your diffuser in place, and it's not coming out. And then we're going to use M2 by 6s, I think, is what I'll use to secure these pieces with your LED in it. We'll get screwed on in the back like that and hold them in place. That's basically what we're going to do. I'll go ahead and push these in. Partly because if I don't, I'll knock these darn things off, and then I'll never be able to find them. I don't know how well you guys can tell, but these are printed in Polymaker clear PETG using a really hot but really slow profile. No walls and no top and bottom layer, but it's done with aligned rectilinear. So every layer is going in the same direction, right? 0.1 layer height. And if it wasn't on textured, so the bottom, I printed on a textured plate, so the bottom edges are kind of, it almost gives a frosted look because of the texturing. But I mean, look through the center there with a light, it shines pretty good. Like, where's my phone at? Uh-oh, oh, there it is. This is probably gonna be bad, but all right, so there's the light. We're gonna set the diffuser right on top of it. So, I mean, it does a good job of diffusing and spreading it out, but I basically printed it at the right layer heights and stuff, so it comes out looking like glass. And printing these in PETG is perfectly fine. You do not have to go and get clear ABS. So even on my tool heads on my Vorons, I don't go and get clear ABS. You can do them in resin. There is a method of making clear resin prints. It's kind of a pain. Okay. So I think there we go. We're set. We're good. Endstops, heatset inserts, and M3 by 8 socket head cap screw. That's my goal for tonight. Okay, let's see. It's Thursday night, which means I did see a notice that Creatix Brit is online. And is Big Jano online? Because it's 10 o'clock. He might be doing marble races. There's Brit. Oh, is Jano not on? Did I scroll past them? Oh, wow. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead. I don't see Big Jano on. I'm going to go ahead and get a raid going over to Creatix Brit. She's another one of our 3D printing friendos, and she does cosplay. I'm going to be doing a Star Wars droid builds. I'm building Mini Chopper, and she's supposed to be building the Mini Cheap from Michael Badley's design files. So, like I said, let's go ahead and get ready to go on a raid over to Creatix Brit. Thank you everybody for being out here. Thank you for hanging out and checking out the Box Turtle. More building on this on Saturday, and we're going to just keep trucking right along and see how far we can go. And like I said, the Pex Peppers is going to be staying here. So from now on, anybody with a 10 count of gift subs, or anytime we hit 10 gift subs in a stream, or a level 5 hype train, and I'm doing spoonfuls. So make me cry, guys. All right. Thank you all so much. And we hit an ad break as we're rating out. Really? So that for those of you that can still hear me, thank you so much for being here and hanging out with me. It's been great. I really like bringing these cool new projects to you guys. I'll see you guys Saturday morning at 10 a.m. for a wonderful second stream on this build. And we're going to start really seeing things come together. So thanks all. Bye.